start here after this game. It remains unchanged from that game on Sunday. It's going to be Zachary on the back door. Brian Newton, Shaquan Bell, Batiste, Team Paul, Mari Joseph. No space in the lineup for Mika Greenwich or that who featured in the two-day affair. And Jordan Graham being left out again. So an unchanged team for Barbados. And it seems to be popping up now to bowl first over from that Northern. And he's going to be left on the wicket. Just having a look around at the field placing as the captain Dawn. Just to tweak the field a little bit. 2 slips, a gully, a cover. Just adjust the mid off. There's a mid on, a straight mid wicket. 2 fielders out are egg and fine leg. Pollard is outside the out stump and pushed into the gap between that mid off. So another run there now to Edwards. A good start there from Pollard and a good start from Edward, turning the strike over. Welcome on to commentary here. Ahmed, has been just him this morning.
Yeah, good morning, Billy. Good morning to you, George, wherever you may be tuned in from. Yeah, certainly an overcast morning to start with. The really good news is that we have play. And the Barbados, they've already picked up an early wicket here. The team Pollard left arm Seamer operating now.
A nice short pitch delivery there from Pollard. The tall wicket. Something of a different challenge to face up for the 2 batters here now, Edwards and Fontaine. You can see out in the distance as well. Very overcast here. We're hoping for the good weather to maintain throughout the day and we will be able to get all 50 overs in a side.
So Pollard it is with 2 slips, a backward point, cover, a mid off, mid on, a mid wicket, a deep backward square, and a fine leg. And Jakeem Pollard usually operates back of a length, hard lengths, tall left arm seamer. Bit of shape, a bit of inward movement, but a good leave by Theo Edward, right-hander, captain of this Windward Islands team, also represented the under-19s too, Billy, and it's good to see him right at the top of the order for the Islanders, and he'd want a good score here.
Yes, particularly since a lot of these players from the Windward Islands team, they do come with some experience having participated in the tournament last year. Fontaine, not to mention him, Morans, he's having a good tournament. Duran as well with his off-spin bowling. So there is some depth in this team.
Good delivery again from Pollard. Again, Edward is watchful early on here, rightly so. As you mentioned, conditions a bit overcast, so the bowling team, the Barbados unit, they would be a little bit buoyed, to see this weather. Brand new ball. Look to nip it around a bit.
Just looking at the pitch surface there where Pollard is following through. Can see some soft spots there with his spikes just digging into the pitch. So there is some moisture in the wicket as well to aid that.
Again, Edward is pushing this one out to cover, but can't get a single.
It did look like a good batting surface out there.
Yeah.
No real cracks or really demons in the pitch. And on Sunday, the ball came through quite nicely. Just not getting up as much.
Yeah. Yeah, slight two-pace nature, but you'd feel as though if you spend some time here at this surface at the Gilbert Park facility, there is runs to be had. Again, hard length from Pollard to finish the over at the end of 2. Windward Islands are 3 for 1.
And a good start there from the two opening bowlers. Pollard bang on target, as you said. He just holds that length, back of a length, trying to get some inward movement to the right-hander. And just the batter's just looking to get forward, get the pace of the pitch, and work the ball around. 50 overs is a long time to bat out there, particularly for these youngsters. Having come off the two-day game, they really haven't played a lot leading up into the tournament. And the configuration just changed somewhat over the years, introducing two-day cricket format for the under-17 players.
Yeah. It is
Types of total we saw in the two-day games was around 150 runs thereabouts for most of the teams on average.
Yeah, so Shaquan Bell again to pick up the attack. Yeah, I think it's a good introduction, the two-day format, the red ball version, and just a way of getting batsmen to bat longer, bowlers as well to be a little bit more patient, and that would also aid in their white ball when the white ball stuff comes around. Shaquan Bell is showing a good all-round prospect here for Barbados. Here he is. Nice looking drive from Fontaine, but Baptiste is in the way at cover. This time the 3 slips in for the right-hander. I think this is a good move from Barbados. Very attacking here, looking to pick up wickets early on. I want to pick up this Barbados team, Billy. We've seen a lot of good coaching. Credit must be given to head coach Dexter Toppin and the name of Win. Short delivery from Bell. It's getting onto Fontaine quicker than he expected, but got a bat up and played it well in the end. Got a single.
These Barbados bowlers have some good pace in them, and one dug in short, trying out the middle of the pitch there, and it just got big a bit on Fontaine. Came off the top portion of the bat, tried to pull it around, just spooned up to a mid-wicket area, but Newton is at mid-on and really falling in no man's land there. Just thought of for a second he had enough time to try and get around to get that catch, but it was not to be. And there, with that, we see a change in the field. A mid-wicket is being put in place. So Baptiste now at mid-wicket. A quick single there.
To get the single. This time, Edward it was. Pinching a quick single to Newton. And Windward Islands turn the strike over 5 for 1.
Bit of a risky single there. Carey pushing the ball, had some pace on it. He was charging in, running toward the ball. Pick up. Had that throw been on target, it could have been interesting.
Yeah. I think it's a good move. It's a good proactive running from these two. That's what they want to see. Urgency, intent. Another short delivery from Bell. He's getting it through at a good pace, reasonable pace. But Fontaine played it well in the end, just swayed out of line. Just going back to that conversation, Billy, about the Barbados team and their coaching staff and what we've seen from them. We've seen dominance at all youth levels. They've already captured the two-day format of this competition, and they'd be real favorites here to take the 50 over format. But you see good coaching on show. You see real willingness to learn from the players, and I think all the other teams could look at this Barbados team and probably take a few things out of the way they go about playing their cricket.
Most definitely there's a lot of continuity from the levels between under 15, under 17 to under 19 with coach Dexter Toppin working with the players across all levels. So he's able. This one turned into the onside. Bell just Heading a little bit towards the leg side, that last delivery of the over. Yeah, there's a lot of continuity there for the Barbados team. A good structure in place. Of course, Upping is no stranger to coaching. He's coached even players such as Holder and Buffett that have gone on to represent Barbados and the West Indies at the senior level. And looking at the talent on show here, he seems to be doing a very good job indeed, because some of these players as well also play at the under-19 level. Most of them train with the under-19 level. I was just asking that question of the Windward Islands players, how many of them are involved in the under-19 frame-up, particularly Moranci. He's had such good form this season. Clearly he'll be a target for that next level to move on to that under-19. He's had an excellent season with the bat and the ball, and has been one of the highlights for the Windward Islands this season.
Well, Joaquim Pollard to continue. Turned away nicely by Fontaine, but Wiggins is going to come around and cut the single. Keep it down to a single, actually, yeah. But Moranci, I think, represented the under-19s, Edmund Moranci, and he's been around a long time.
He said he was 2022, he was involved with the under-19 team, but not in the year 2023. May have just fallen off a little bit, but he's back this year with a back that framework, but not involved in the last year, but has come back to earn his place on this team and definitely showing up for the under-19 but in terms of his performance.
Yeah.
Pollard in the meantime working up a lot of pace from that end there, the left-hander coming over the wicket.
Yeah, I've always been impressed with Barbados seamers. They seem to have that little bit extra, in terms of pace, in terms of discipline as well. And Joaquim Pollard just offering something different. Tall left-arm seam, pushing the ball primarily across the right-hander.
They're not getting carried away either with the short pitch bowling. They're just using it to keep the batters honest.
Yeah. Not happy. Pollard aborting his run. And those two slips are going to come in to play once Pollard holds that line outside the off stump.
So the field for Pollard remains the same. He has two slips as that left hand. He's trying to get it to tail into the right-hander. The odd one pushing across the right-hander. So there are two slips. The gully has now dropped a bit to backward point. There is a cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Pollard just asking for a change there from Dawn. No changes to be had. Seen a good mix-up here, Kadi, with short pitch balls pitched up on a good length, and then the odd for good measure.
Yeah, excellent from Joaquim Pollard here. He's varying his lengths, and of course, as you mentioned, that using that short delivery very much as a surprise element. But yeah, this is good. He's not being predictable, and he is getting a bit of movement, tilting towards inwardly towards Fontaine. Stock delivery being the one that just goes across.
Pollard coming into the 50 over setup, taking the place of Damian Roach. The good quick delivery there. Wicket for Barber probably coming over. Indeed, he has to go. And wicket falls. Not and a good break with Windward Islands winning the toss, and the two fast bowlers has pegged the Windward. Two wickets down in 6 overs.
From Joaquim Pollard again, using that short delivery as a surprise element and just brushing the glove on the way through to Bowens. And Barbados here picking up a second wicket. So now both seamers have picked up wickets. Very good here from Jakeem Pollard. Just to have another look at it again. Yeah. Fontaine looking to sway out the way in the last moment.
Well, the difference between the short as opposed to Bell or deliveries are getting a lot more lift from that end. And there, his short pitch deliveries has not been getting, so that one just tailing back for room, and Fontaine thought he did enough to swerve out of the way, but there was his gloves against his chest and the ball delivery there, cramping the back, and a very Barbados team under these over, getting that ball to tag back into the right hand back.
Yeah, very good from Jakeem Pollard. Well, it brings Can Elcock to the crease, left-hander, likes to play shots, different proposition. Here's Pollard. Oh, pitched up delivery, loud appeal, and he's gone. Can Elcock again, another pitched up delivery. Elcock still scoring 6 for 3 now. Windward Islands.
And the ball and the new the new a little more.
Yeah, this is excellent stuff here from left arm seamer Jakeem Pollard. Back-to-back wickets, 2 and 2. And the Barbados are well and truly on top here. 6 for 3. Cody Grant, right-hander. As we have a look at the field now, hat-trick delivery. So we've seen 2 slips, a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, the backward square, and the fine leg. So the field remains the same for right-hander here. Billy, no, as we speak, the cover is now coming out and going into a third slip.
Yeah, surely you want to add a little bit more pressure on the batter coming in to face a hat-trick delivery. It's now.
Oh, good D from Grant. Just that delivery outside the off stump, but Grant was alive to it, and a double wicket from Pollard at the end of 4 overs. Windward Islands are 6 for 3.
Yeah, that hat-trick delivery, a bit of a. You want to ensure at least you get the ball. I'm trying, probably expecting it to come. Right. Perhaps if he left back in, but it was just too wide. Sometimes with those left wicket, if they start the delivery too wide, it just doesn't seem to come back at all. And that was the case with that delivery. Did hold back enough, but he will take 2 wickets in that over for 1 run. 2 runs.
So Bell now into Edward, a Yorker length delivery.
These 2 bowlers bowling in tandem here, and Bell building pressure. As we said, both bowlers have been mixing it up, that odd Yorker delivery, and the Yorkers have been very impeccable indeed on the and not a lot of width on it, so the batsman is forced to play, and they're mixing up that Yorker deliveries with good length deliveries as well as the odd short pitch ball, so the batsman just can't all the time get onto that. He's gonna dig one in short at some point in time in the over. It's a quick single here.
Delivery that Edward just quoting out, and he's pinching a quick single.
That is one of the things that would irritate fast bowlers, when batsmen do get to turn that strike over with quick singles in the inner ring. They like to target one batsman, pin him down at an end, and Bell was certainly doing that in his previous 2 overs. Score, as you can see, just 7 runs on the board, so there hasn't been a lot of rotation of strike.
Yeah.
Such has been the tight bowling from the two opening bowlers. Bell has bowled 2 Yorker to back his first 2 deliveries. Down the leg side, the first extra of the day. White signal by umpire Raj Kumar at the southern end, stretching the arms out.
Yeah, so Theo Edward has seen a lot here. He's seen 3 wickets fall, and it's just on 4, Edward. But his role becomes even more important here. Oh, almost trickles back onto the stump. Came off the tie pad. And Cody Grant was a little bit nonchalant there, but all's well that ends well.
Just a half shot there as he almost used the bat to get that one away from the stump. Be more advised to just kick it away. But Bell a bit into the pads. He's trying to bowl wicket to wicket with the odd ball outside the off stump, but he's been straying onto the pad, a wide in the previous 2 deliveries, and now this one onto the tie pad. We just have to make the adjustment, make the correction. That's the correction there, Kadir.
Yeah, play and a miss from Grant. Yeah, so this is good from Bell. He's getting a little bit of movement. It's a little bit of sea movement there. But a bit of a loose shot from Cody Grant here. 3 wickets already fallen. Don't want to be
just wondering
outside the off stump.
Just wondering with the pressure on Kadir. Just 2 slips. There is a third on the boundary, wideish. Want to bring him up into that third slip area.
Oh, excellent delivery again, leaving the right-hander. This is excellent stuff here from both seamers from Barbados.
Well, he's made over a wide down the leg side and one onto the thigh pad. But the last have been off stump, luring outside the off stump. I'm just wondering for the last delivery, you want to get that third slip in place with him fishing outside the off stump. 3 wickets down. Just one hook shot there from 5 overs gone. These 2 batters out in the middle now.
Yeah, Bell again testing out that short delivery. Just
look at it there again. Just wondering, did it come off the forearm, the shoulder? Loud appeal from behind the stumps. Not outside the umpire. And that's the only man who can't give it up. Lifting delivery from Paul. Together. Nice look at it again there. Delivery there from Pollard. Just holding its line, going across the batter. Edward, it is in fact there. The captain.
Yeah,
he is still there at the top of the order.
Yeah. Played it well. Pollard 2 for 2 into his 3rd over.
Very good delivery there. Bang on target there. One wideish outside the off stump, lifting delivery, forcing Edward onto the back foot. He had to drop his arms and let it go. It didn't come back in as the glove. Then following up that the off stump, good length delivery, coming back ever so slightly into the right hand batsman, but well played by Edward to keep that one out. Tight lock between bat and pad there.
Yeah, Edward playing with the full face of the bat. Playing in front of him. Driven nicely. Good work from Joshua Branch.
That is almost the perfect line there for the left-hander who wants to bring that ball back into a right-hander. That is exactly where you need to start it. The ball so far is just holding its line, not really coming back too much. But sometimes you only need a millimeter or two of movement to penetrate the defensive. The defense is Edwards there.
Yeah.
Edward to take strike again.
Again, just holding its line, going across Edward. Again, Edward plays it well, but those two deep fielders leg-sided, fine leg and the deep backward square. They're just suggesting that Pollard is going to test out halfway down. He is going to bowl that short delivery, and he wants to get Edward maybe hooking or pulling. There's also a mid-wicket inside the inner ring as well.
Interesting enough, that short delivery going across the right hand. I remember Stuart Broad on commentary speaking about when he goes around the wicket to pitch that short delivery. We'll come back to that in a second. And takes the edge. Backward point comes around, does the fielding. Griffith there, into the team again. Yeah, with that ball, Stuart Broad going across. He preferred to have that person in the backward square position or just 3/4 way in for a top way on the backward square. Pointed out to have very fine indeed, because if it does take a top, it's going to go fine, especially with the ball going across the right hand. Fetch it from outside the off stump really, and you're really looking for a top edge. Right? The pull shot to deep backward square. Quick delivery there, but angled down the leg side. Did it brush something on the way? It's the end of the 3 wickets down. Just 9 runs on the board. Reminding you the Windward Islands won the toss and decided to bat first. And tight bowling from the Barbados contingent. They just dug a little hole there that the Windward Islands are trying to cross. To look at this delivery again. Good pace there. That one going between bat and pad there. Not getting up as much. And a good start here indeed for Barbados.
Yeah, excellent start from these two seamers. Pollard after offering left arm seam, Bell right arm seam, steaming in here, Shakwan Bell. Angling this one down the leg side, another wide. Yeah, takes a total now to 10 for 3 into the 7th over. It's been a real stifled stuff from the Bajans. They've been asked to field, but they've responded to that decision.
The batters here needs to try and get some rotation in the strike. Try to break up the rhythm of the bowlers. Some pushed into the onside, and they do get that single there. Edwards coming off the inner portion of the bat. Does get that rotation of strike. And that is what they need to be doing more of. Just try to get forward to those deliveries. If it's not there for the drive, just break the wrist on it. Try to get a single in place.
Yeah, these two have got to build a partnership here. Again down the leg side. Another wide from Bell.
And we've seen the odd delivery from Bell, just angling down the leg side. So there is stuff for him to work on. Giving away those extras down the leg side in the limited over format.
Yeah, just falling away a bit on the delivery and just pushing it, angling it down the leg side. Shakwan Bell, but I know he's a hard worker. Again played out to the onside. Yeah, so just not able to pick up those singles as they would like, Billy. And you being the skipper here, what would you be saying to Cody Grant? How would you be approaching this passage of play?
Well, you have to try. What are the stock deliveries from the bowler? Where are they going to pitch the ball 9 times out of 10, or should I say 4 times out of 6? and try to see how you can score off those deliveries. Predominantly, he wants to be outside the off stump on a good length. But when offline deliveries such as that, now as it's played out down to square leg coming around, putting the dive in, but it's fine leg going to do the cleaning up there. And they do get 2 runs. And you want to ensure that any delivery, 2 out of those 6 deliveries that are offline, that you do score off of them and try to maximize, because there is a lot of gaps in the cover through that mid-wicket area, and rotate that strike. And the other 4 deliveries, you want to try, if you could push it into the gap. So a defensive push shot, get your defenses in line, use your technique, and then work the ball into the gap. Those other 4 deliveries. So
Yeah. And that is going to be the conversations that these two would be having. How do we sort of firstly ward off the Barbados team of picking up another wicket? We want to be solid, we want to be tight, compact, and thereafter we look to put away those bad deliveries.
Bell just using his run. He's into his 4th over. He's bowled 3 wides in the innings so far, 3 extras in total, to this total of 14. So he has 1 for 11. So he has had a couple issues with balls just tailing down the leg side, as you said, Kadir, just falling over in at the point of delivery. Into his 4th over now. We may just see a change from that end when he completes his 4th over. And this one put just 2 runs indeed. Perhaps he could have pushed for that extra 3rd run there, as that ball was riding along the ground. And just 2 runs to ground. Just before the pop increase, long before the pop, it's about the stump, at the level of the stumps there. And he delivered from way behind the crease after aborting his run the previous delivery. So just a couple in his run up. This one, it's not going to get to the ball. And run up now. Going to get to 17 for 3 after 7 over. And the over ending with a push pass headed up. Gittins lifting 1 over the head of mid-off. 2 runs takes the total to 18 for 3 after 7. With Grant just realizing that Bell might and trying to take advantage of it and be a little more aggressive. So Grant moves on to 6. Edward on 6 as well. 18 for 3. It's going to be Pollard to continue. He's in a good spell here. Outside the off stump, lifting delivery. The keeper taking that away. Taking that one. Good catch. In for 3 runs into his 4th over. Just look at him on his follow, on his going back to his mark there, head down. He's held that stump. He's been very, very positive in this spell so far, testing out all the back. Just wondering in his 4th over if he may be tiring a little bit. Might see a change from this end as well.
Yeah, we might see a change in personnel operation. Rajai Kittens also another seam-up option. There's also Zonja Batiste, the off spinner. Carter, the left arm spinner as well. A lot of options for Barbados. This very well might be the final over for 2 opening bowlers.
And with 8 overs gone, just 2 overs in the power play would be remaining.
Yeah.
So maybe interesting to see if you want to bring on a new bowler for 2 overs of power play.
Outside
Good
the off
take
stump.
there.
Another wide. This time from Pollard.
Yeah, they may just be tiring somewhat there. For the first time, we've seen Pollard throwing a wide delivery there. And what a good take that was from the wicketkeeper Bowen behind the stumps. Diving in front of Carter at first slip. You can see they're just slowly making his way back to his mark. One thing you don't want to do when you're tiring as a fast bowler is having to bowl extra deliveries with a wide or no ball.
Much better delivery from Pollard, who goes past the edge. Wonderful delivery.
A peach of a delivery there, beating the outside edge. Pollard. Have a look at where Bowen takes this one. He's still above the knee. Also good carry for Pollard in this spell. 4 overs from him. His hands on the waist now, running back. He's given his all in this spell thus far. It is quite humid out there, although the sun is not with us and it has been overcast. 19 runs, 3 wickets. So far, the rewards of the 2 fast bowlers, their opening spells. Yeah, just losing the run there, a bit tiring somewhat now is Pollard.
Yeah, it really seems as though he's feeling the pinch here now with Jakeem Pollard. And
that signal from the umpire, Kadir. That is a question I have to ask the umpire. I see them motioning that hands to the waist quite frequently. Just wondering what that signal.
That is the signal halfway through the over. 3 deliveries gone. Yeah, different signals from different umpires and the response for these 2.
Normally you'd see the traditional 2 in the air indicating 2 balls left.
Yeah.
Good looking shot there from Edward. He's trying to take advantage. Yeah. Trying to express himself with a cover drive here. Seen some runs coming in the last over from Bell with a couple wayward deliveries, and Grant trying to take advantage of a tiring Bell. Yeah, just head in the air there, Pollard.
Yeah, this might be an opportunity to go in the over.
Yeah, it might be an opportunity for Edwards to try and get a few runs from any loose deliveries that might come. Pollard does come in from a fairly long run-up. Yeah, he punches it now. Way out to the back. His brother gonna haul it back. Yeah. A little more proactive running, quick running. Try to look for the third. Especially with the total now just on 21. You want to try and squeeze out any run that you can. You want to run that first one hard. Even the second one if there's a chance of a third. And ground and have a look. But the throw was on the way and the batsman just ambling through for that second run.
I'll tell you what, this is a bit of a partnership here, and this is exactly what the Windward Islands would want. Edward leading the way, 8 from 24. Again, Pollard from that long run, he has to abort right at the point of delivery, so he's got to make his way back. It's never easy for a fast bowler.
Particularly he's running in from that 30-yard mark. It's quite a long run up for the big lad.
Yeah.
But it is quite humid out there. So Batiste just loosening the shoulders a bit. He may very well be on. The over from the southern end to replace Bell. Play and a miss outside the off
stump. A play and a miss from Edward. And so the Pollard over finally comes to an end at the end of 8 overs. 21 for 3.
Yeah, so just trying to build that partnership, as you said, Kadiri. They were at 1.1 for 1 in the first over, and then 2 for 6 in the fourth over. And then Pollard, he was on a hat. The score was 3 for 6 in that fourth over of play. We've gotten 4 overs since then. 15 runs added to that total in those 4 overs. It is going to be Bell to continue. He as well is running in from that 30-yard mark. It's one step inside that 30-yard mark, so he as well does have quite a long run-up.
So Bell is going to get another over here, Billy.
Yeah, he starts there with that one delivery down the leg side. He's delivered out of his 4 over. Out here with another wide. But that wide delivery down the leg side usually comes early on. I said this may be an opportunity for Grant and Edward. Just try to post a few more runs on the deliveries. And there's a
extra runs would be greatly appreciated by the Windward Islands. Oh, this time a no ball. So really having a difficult time here now. Shaquan Bell, a wide followed by a no ball. Free hit. Good opportunity here for Cody Grant to just free the arms a bit. Of course, the field has to remain the same.
It was quite a close call indeed for that no ball there. He's been on the for every delivery. This time just carrying over the line and onto it. So a free hit here. Advance. Him just put sent back. And that was a there that they could have from that spin. Just a chance going a bit. Another delivery down the leg side, Kadir.
Yeah. Grant giving him the charge. Cody Grant.
This one is going to fall.
Side. And Bell has pushed this one down the leg side. Bowens looking to get up to it. Can't get a glove on it. Goes all the way for 4. So 5 wides here now.
Yeah, we were just wondering in the previous over. And you see him walk very dejectedly. It is quite hot out there. And he has been bowling a couple deliveries angled down the leg side. This time Bowens could not get to it. Made his way all the way down to the boundary. But Windward Islands will most well. He's right. So we started in this over from a tie. And only one that counted.
Yeah. Never easy. Here he is again, Bell.
This one Hoy between mid Windward Islands and Barbados full. Not
Yeah, credit to Cody Grant. Got the bad delivery and give it the full treatment. Still no change to the field. Mid on, mid wicket, and fine leg. Fielders on the leg side.
But this is the thing, he does have that ability to bowl that wicket taking delivery, so his captain just entrusted him with another over, trying to snag another wicket here, because if they do pick up another wicket here, they would be into the middle order, the lower middle order of the Windward Islands team. So just a calculated captain done. A slip comes up, and so just one slip in that of Carter. There's a point fielder now. Dropped into the onside and a quick 13 off of 16.
Yeah, good so far from Cody Grant. Lending good support here to skipper Edward. And these two have formed a decent partnership so far. Exactly what was required from the Windward Islands.
Edward, who's had the majority of the strike, having come in to bat first, but he's been a little starved from the strike, particularly from They're just tiring. They're losing his run up there, Bell, and unfortunately for him, So long. His run 7 deliveries in the over part. So he's run up to the crease 8 times in this over. 4 only. He's going to have time. This one. Edward couldn't quite. Was there, and that is what can end. And now coming to have to face Bella, mostly different pace, different angle, different trajectory of delivery. Has to reacclimatize himself. Open stance, Edward. Another quick single dropped into the onside. Finally, that overcomes Sanen Kadir.
Yeah, 9 overs gone. 36 for 3. Windward Islands. At one point, there was 6 for 3. So a 30-run partnership here between Grant and Edward. Final over of the power play now, and we're going to see a bowling change. Pollard is out of the attack, and Gittins is going to replace him. Rajai Gittins. What do you make of the conditions here? Really? At one point, the ground staff were at the ready.
Yeah, we've seen it has been overcast. Some grey clouds hanging around. There's a light breeze across the ground. Fortunately for us, it has just taken those clouds a bit north. So the ground, just in case that easterly breeze would push those down. It wasn't to be, and it's clearing up quite nicely for those clouds are just headed north. And we're thankful that we play can continue. There are some blue skies ahead, but some more clouds to the back of that. So it's going to be a topsy-turvy day in terms of weather. We'll have to hope for the best. The weather forecast is for rain at some point after lunch. Because this time of the year, do expect that. It's going to be one slip for Gittins. Joshua Dawn, the captain there at point, and just backpedal, but it was over his head, and a fortunate 2 runs there for Edward.
Yeah, Edward looking to play through the onside ball, taking the leading edge, and luckily for him, went over the head of backward point fielder and picked up another couple. Yeah, so just getting a bit of luck on their side here now, the Windward Islands. They deserve this. Edward on to 11.
Another one in the air. This time it's between mid and from Ed Gittins. He's had a few plays and miss in his innings. He's been there for 29 deliveries and still hasn't settled with that ball moving around and so on. But he'll have to settle here if he's trying to bat at the first onset through the power play overs and then try and bat innings with his team already losing 3 wickets, but he'll run no matter how it comes in this limited format.
Yeah, definitely.
Full toss, good looking drive, but this time the miscues go, shots go for none.
Yeah,
that one
toss
played
that occasion, so Edward would have definitely felt as though he would have missed out there. Fine leg and third to the fielders. Final over of the power play. Zachary Carter now going through his warm-up routine. Big guy at slip.
It's a quick delivery there, and Gittins just tumbling over as he's tried for out of pace there. All in all, the three fast bowlers so far, Barbados, have been quite sharp.
They've been impressive. 2 wickets to Jakeem Pollard, a 1 to Shaquan Bell. Those were the 3 wickets to go. At one point, Pollard was on a hat trick, picked up 2 in 2. And a partnership here of 34 between Edward and Grant has rescued the Windward Islands somewhat.
Short pitch delivery there from Gittins, testing out the middle of the pitch. We've seen the fast bowlers not shy of bowling that short pitch deliveries, keeping the batsmen honest, so they don't just stay on that front foot. And look at it, it's a tad bit wide outside the off stump. Might just want to be a little closer to the batter. See the umpire having a word with Gittins there as well. Perhaps just offering a bit of advice. This is a development tournament as well.
Yeah.
Things that the umpire pointed out to the bowlers.
Definitely, yeah. Drinks break right around the corner. Driven nicely from Edward, but straight to Wiggins at cover. And so a dot to finish the over. At the end of 10 overs, Windward Islands here winning the toss and choosing to bat first have found themselves at 40 for 3. And a very good first 10 overs from the Barbados team here. Billy?
Yeah, 10 overs gone. Nice comeback in the latter 3 overs or so from the Windward Islands team to get to 40, but the session has belonged to Barbados and the 2 opening bowlers perhaps just bowled 1 over too many in their opening spells as they were tiring. But a lot of work still here to do for the Windward Islands, and we will take a break here as the players have their drinks. We're back in a second. Welcome back to the Gilbert Park facilities here with the Windward Island. 3 for 40. There's a bowling change now after the drinks break. Spin is on from the southern end, replacing Shaquan. 5 overs. This 4 the end of his spell. And Jakeem Pollard 2 for 6. It signaled the spell of wicket taking fast bowling from the opening bowlers from Barbados. And it's Grant and Edward out there. With Theo Edward, the captain, still there. He's 13 from 33 deliveries. Facing up to the spin of Carter. Spin for the first time today. This one pushed between the guy and Carter. Griffith is Kamari Griffith. Gives chase. 2 runs to the total. And Grant has been increasingly becoming. And the field for Carter. There's a slip. Backward point. Yorker delivery from Carter. It's an extra cover. A mid-on. Mid-wicket. A deep mid-wicket. And a backward square inside the 30-yard ring. This one driven down to long off. Just 1 run. 5 runs in the first over. And the partnership building here between these two came together. 3 wickets down, 6 runs. End of 11 overs there. 3 wickets down, 45 the total.
45 for 3 after 11 overs. And so spin from one end, seam from the other, as Gittins is going to continue.
So that change we've been expecting before the drinks break. 1 change was made with Gittins bowling, taking over from Jakeem Pollard. Overs from that. 5 overs from the southern end, so he bowled all the way up to the point of the drinks break. So wide down the leg side there from Gittins. Barbados just slackening their grip somewhat, having the Windward Islands in a stranglehold for a bit in the first 6 overs or so of the innings.
Yeah, they're taking the foot slightly off the accelerator, mainly due to Pollard tiring and also Bell tiring as well.
Another wide down the leg side, and Gittins just struggling somewhat. He is right arm over the wicket to right hand batsman, but is angling that ball down the leg side. Drinks break after the first hour of play there, and just 11 overs in so far, so we are a tad bit behind the over rate as well. This one struck on the pad, again angling down the leg side. You can hear that ball just thudding into the pad there. 3 fast bowlers have been quite sharp. So Gittins, he is bowling with a mid-off, mid-on, and a square leg. And the square leg now is just, Bell is just moving into a mid-wicket position. And a Gittins has pushed a couple wide deliveries down the leg side. You just have to be careful with just those 3 men on the leg side. And this one inside it. back leg and call was there is a shy the non-striker end, but they do get. Just waiting for the umpire to confirm. Yes, it is a run, so that one coming off the bat onto pass. There's a first slip in place, continuing with the field setting on the offside. A back extra cover and a middle. So just want to maintain his line outside that off stump or on the off stump for the 6-3 field. It's a full just short. Batiste on the onside and by Edward, and a good stop there. Falling in front of him, it was uppish, but he did past him with just 3 on the ball from fine leg. Foolish delivery worked between the guy on another single here. So the run rate just increasing somewhat for the Windward Islands. The 50 comes up with that push past the bowler straight back. So 50 for 3. 11.4 overs gone. This over so far. 6 deliveries has been delivered, 2 of them being wides. So 5 runs coming thus far in the over. This one short and just trying to force it through the covers. There's Edwards. His timing hasn't been quite what he would like in the innings so far. It's 14 runs for his 36 deliveries. But it's very important that he's still there. The loss of those early wickets. And now he just wants to see it through. But as long as possible. That would be one of the goals as well for this youth cricket, particularly in the limited over format. You don't want to see teams getting bowled out short of the allotted overs. Another good rotation of strike from Edwards this time, turning it into the onside. 3 on the onside. They're going to get 2 as it is Pollard from that fine leg having to come into square leg. Just having a little discussion there with Batiste, who should have gotten there sooner. Can't prevent the 2 runs. The score ticking along now. 13 extras in the innings so far. Pollard with 20 dot balls and 17 dot balls from Bell in their spell of 9 overs together. So after 12 overs, 52 for 3. Carter has ball in hand and just signaling to Dawn that he wants Pollard to drop out to the long on position to add to the other 2 fielders out in the deep, one at long off and one at deep mid wicket. There is going to be a 4th now, a deep cover. In fact, Pollard comes back into the ring with Greenwich on the field, being pushed out to cover. Greenwich is coming on to the field, Mika Greenwich, during the drinks break.
Yeah, Micah Greenwich making his way onto the field. I'm not sure who's left the field. But Zachary Carter does have a knack of picking up wickets. These Windward Islands batters, they've got to be very watchful against him. Slip in place. Loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire.
Around the field, not seeing Newton out there. It might just be him who is off the field. push into the offside. Batiste is there. It was just taking off for a single and being sent back by Grant, and just as well because it was pushed and Batiste was into the cover area and Batiste was quick onto it, rifling the throw back, and Edward just making it back into the crease in time.
Yeah, all's well that ends well there. Last thing that they would want would be a run out here.
The end of Carter's second over. He's gone for 7 runs in his 2 overs. After 13, it's 54 for 3.
Partnership building here. Barbados team, they would want to pick up another wicket here. Just loosening their grip a bit on things, but good fight back between skipper Edward and Cody Grant. Having been 6 for 3 at one stage. Spin from both ends now. Joshua Dawn himself comes into the attack.
So Dawn opting to come on ahead of Batiste. Delivery to start, flighted. Edwards here just digging it out. Some generous flight there from Dawn. The quicker one coming off the outside edge and scooting past the keeper and Carter at first slip. It's going to be Pollard giving chase. The ball seems to be following Jakeem Pollard around in the outfield since he's come off the ball. Not what he would appreciate, having bowled that spell of 4 overs.
Well, 50 partnership coming up between these two, or 58 deliveries. So it's coming quick time.
Oh, this one just short of a length there, just holding up in the pitch and turning down the leg side. And it's
guess
going to be
who's
that
after
man,
it?
Pollard, chasing down to find leg. Just he almost giving up, but he'll have to chase it down because the ball is not going to get to the boundary. The ball just telling him, come chase me. Gets the throw in. Wide signal by the umpire. 3 runs in total in the end.
Yeah.
Bit of comic relief there in the outfield.
Bad delivery from Dawn. So 59 for 3.
Another fully flighted delivery there from Bowen. He's having a look at Pollard. He might be just signaling to the dugout. Greenwich on the field. Might be looking to have somebody else come and give him a breather. This one peels off the outside edge. Wide outside delivery. Outside the off stump. And Edward pushing it out in the gap. And the ball slowing up in the outfield with some backspin on it. So just a single for Edwards. He seemed to be hesitant, Edwards, in coming for that extra run.
Yeah. Seems to be a little bit of a miscommunication between these two batters. Grant back on strike. 21 from 29.
False start indicated by umpire Joseph. Not quite timing in there, Gan. No pace for him to work with there with Dawn flighting another delivery. End of the over, 14 gone. 60 runs on the board for the Windward Islands. The batsman just taking a quick drinks break, mini drinks break for them. I just see a bowling change now from the end of umpire Rajkumar. So Carter, just the 2 overs from him, 7 runs. It's going to be a bowling change. Another medium pacer into the attack. Gittins just changing ends. struggled with some wide deliveries from that northern end. I was wondering which end Carter would have preferred. He decided on the southern end, so he would have been bowling his left arm spin with the wind coming across his right shoulder. So if anything had to be hit into the onside, he would have had to hit it against the wind. But he's just the 2 overs from him, giving Gittins the opportunity to try from the southern end this time. This one again down the leg side, wide signal by the umpire. Gittins just seemed to be having an off day, pushing the ball down the leg side. Walking slowly back to his mark. This is the 15th over, an hour and 15 minutes into play, so it's a little bit behind the over rate. Better delivery from him. So the Windward Islands have worked their run rate to just over 4 runs and over. We're poised in a very precarious position, 3 for 6. 61 runs now. Quick single there, and guess who? It's to that man Pollard at mid-on.
Choosing their target well here. Jakeem Pollard, he's had a lot to do so far. He's been very active in the outfield, not to mention 4 overs on the trot.
A good 50-run partnership between these two out in the middle. Both batsmen on 21 now.
Yeah, very good partnership here from these two, led by skipper Theo Edward.
Half shout there. Coming from Griffith at point. Should be the last one appealing at point. No one else did appeal, as that one seemed to come off the bat onto pad. And in that total of 61, there have been 16 extras, 15 of them being wides. That would also have contributed significantly to the slow over rate. 16 of those deliveries having, in fact, 12 of them having to be bowled over. This one advancing down the wicket is Grant, lifting it over the head of Gittins. It's going to go into the boundary. Mid-off and mid-on are in the ring. And 4 good-looking runs there from Grant takes him on to 25 off of 32 deliveries. And the total up to 66. And Grant definitely being the more aggressive of the 2 batsmen out there, looking to pounce on anything loose, looking to take advantage of any weak deliveries or badly lined deliveries from the bowlers. So 5 runs coming off of this over thus far, 6 including the wide. 5 runs off the bat. Play and a miss. Wild play outside the off stump as Bowens just rolls it back, trying to just see if Grant had just eased out of his crease. His back leg was firmly anchored. A dot ball there from Gittins. He'll want to finish this over strong, slowly making his way back to his mark. By just looking around at him, they both will be cognizant of the slow over rate. Gittins again for the second time tumbling over in his follow through. He's slow to get up this time. He did it from the northern end, tumbling over. Yeah, and there's umpire Rajkumar just calling on the physio team there just to check on him to see if he's okay. Took a couple seconds to get to his feet. And in the meantime, the Windward Islands reserves are just going to come on and bring some water for their batters. So physio makes his way onto the field. Mr. Kwame Dalrymple is having a little talk there with Gittins, asking him any issues. Seems as though he's going to come off the field because Roach is making his way, Damian Roach, onto the park. So Gittins just coming off there. The end of his third over, going for 17 runs. The score on 66 for 3 after 15 overs. So we may well see a bowling change from that southern end, and as we suspected, Carter, he's going to pick it up from the northern end. He's going to be bowling with the wind at his back, and he's going to be bowling to the captain, Edward. And Carter starts left arm around the wicket to the right hand batsman. He does have a slip in place, backward point cover, short extra cover. This one tugged into the onside, over the head of mid-wicket, and it's going to be Greenwich. No, it's going to be Bell out there from mid-on, coming around, gets the throw in. Just one run from the batters out there. All seem to happen in slow motion. That one tugged from outside of the off stump, over the head of mid-wicket. Now Bell is being pushed back from mid-on to long on. Played back to the bowler. Second delivery from Carter. Greenwich is out at deep mid-wicket. So the four on the boundary are long off, long on. Deep mid-wicket and a cover. And an appeal from Bowen behind the stumps. Play and a miss apparently from Grant outside the off stump. Loud appeal from the keeper. He was very confident. Not much from the bowler. One just seemed to beat him on the inside edge. And a play and a miss outside the off stump this time. Good variation there from Carter. One just coming, beating the inside edge. This one turning away, beating the outside edge of the bat of Grant. Grant is on 25. He's been there for 37 deliveries. Another play and a miss outside. Good turn and bounce now from Carter, showing his variations. The end of the 16th over. 67 runs on the board. To a much better over from Carter as he changed ends. We will have a change here as Gittins, who his last delivery in his spell of 3 overs, just tumbling over after delivering, and got up very gingerly, and the physio Daryl Rimple came out, had a look at him, and they decided to take him off the field, receiving some treatment now back in the pavilion. And it's going to be Kamari Griffith, featured in a couple games in the 2-day tournament. Didn't get a chance to bowl on Sunday as that game rained out. Barbados didn't get to take the field to defend their total of 141. It's the off spin of Griffith. Tall, lanky off spin bowler. He's bowling to one slip. Short and cut away past the extra cover fielder. It's going to be Greenwich coming around on the boundary to try and hold it in. Unable to do so. Very good timing there from Edwards, and 4 runs pushed past the extra cover fielder, and Greenwich, who is in that sweeper position on the boundary on the offside, tried to cut it off, but exquisite timing there from Edward. And his first boundary to him in his innings takes him up to 26. As Greenwich is being adjusted a bit straighter on the boundary edge at cover. So wide outside the off stump. Griffith just pushing it that much wider. A little too wide. It's a good delivery there. 72 for 3 in the 17th over. This one played out. Greenwich is on the boundary. So Edward playing much more freely as he did compared to when the seamers had them buckled down somewhat. Of course, the field now being spread. The power play is over. This one just dabbed, sent back by Edward. Just thought of a single from Grant. Give Edward the benefit of the doubt whenever there's been a chance for that extra run or a quick single. At times he's turned them back, not wanting to take the chance of losing a wicket via the run-out route. This one flighted quite nicely. Somewhat of a false shot from Grant, but he does get the single. End of the over. 74 for 3 after 17. .58-run partnership now between these two. 68-run partnership rather. So a good comeback here from them. 26 to Grant and 27 to Edward. Represents a good recovery indeed. Carter continuing. We've seen some variations from him in the previous over. One going on with the arm, beating the inside edge. And some turn and bounce for him. The left arm orthodox bowler. This time a bit too wide, signal wide by umpire Joseph. Adding to the extras in the innings. 18 extras now. Edwards has looked quite comfortable against the spinners. Rotated the strike quite well, bringing up his first boundary in the last over off of the spinner. So he's getting his score ticking over. He goes to 28 off of 52 now as his strike rate improves. Grant, on the other hand, has not had too many deliveries that he can look to put away. He's trying to be as aggressive on any loose deliveries. He's on 27. Yes, he gets a full toss and plays it straight back down, but there's cover in the deep from Bell at long on. Windward Island supporters, you could perhaps hear them cheering on every single run. Partnership now up to 72 for these two. A quick single there. A bit of a hesitation from Edwards as he pushed it past Wiggins. Initially thought Wiggins would have cut it off, realizing Wiggins wasn't going to get there. Comfortable single in the end. 79 for 3. And in that partnership of 73 runs, there's been 19 extras. That 19 extras. There have been 15 deliveries that would have had to been bowled again. So just over 2 overs in additional deliveries, contributing to a slowish over rate here. Hour and a half into play. 18 overs gone. No doubt the spinners operating now. Kumari, Griffith and Carter from the other end. Should definitely see an improvement in the over rate. Short and forced down to long on. Just have a close look at the bowling action of Kamari Griffith. Tall, lanky off-spin bowler. Fairly long run-up for an off-spinner. Nice loop misfield there from Batiste, is it? At extra cover, they're going to get the single. So Grant gets off the strike. Hands it over to Theo Edwards, who's much more comfortable, it seems, against the spinners. Nice. Nice run-up. Bowling action there from Griffith. That approach to the stump just looks a little bit familiar. Perhaps that of a Roger Harper. Leap into the air, skip towards the crease. Not quite the same delivery action as a Roger Harper, but effective. And a good over here from Griffith. Just one run in the over. 81 for 3 after 19.
In the air, fielder getting under it and takes the catch. What a catch that is. Wonderful grab by Griffith. And that's the end of Edward.
Just when we were saying Edward was looking the more comfortable of the two against the spin, one peeling off the outside edge from Carter. He has been getting some grip and spin from since switching to that northern end. That one coming off the outside was high up in the air. By no means an easy catch for Griffith. He had to backpedal. It was on his right side, the off spinner, just coming off bowling from the other end, and he made good ground, kept his eyes on it all the way, and diving away, taking a nice tumbling catch there to break the partnership. Partnership about 75 runs and a good wicket there in the end for Barbados to take one back. Now 4 for 82.
Again, able to affect this game. This time, able to get the wicket, make that breakthrough for Barbados. Much needed one for them. 82 for 4. Edmund Moranci makes his way out to the middle. Big tall left-hander.
This is where it's going to get interesting. Moranci has had a good tournament with the bat. He scored 49 runs in that run chase against Trinidad and Tobago, losing by 2 runs in the end, requiring 3 runs off the last ball. They weren't able to get home, chasing 128 in a close game at the National Cricket Centre. But he's had a fine season with bat and ball as Edmund Moranci. Will he want to continue in that form? And the Windward Islands will surely be hoping as well. that he can continue on with his good form. The left-hander batsman is on strike. There is one slip in place for the bowling of Carter. A backward square, deep mid-wicket on the boundary. Extra cover, long off, long on, mid off. Cover on the boundary, extra cover, and a backward point for the left-hand batsman. This is an attacking him outside the off stump. Carter would want to try and extract some turn back into the stumps from outside the off stump of Moranci. So down the leg side, signal wide by the umpire. There was appeals going up. The fielders, including the wicketkeeper, thought that came off of something. We'll have a look at it again. It seemed to come off something, the tie pad, but the umpire was quick to put his hands out to signal a wide, adding to the extras, now up to 20. Flight to delivery. Mid-off is in the ring. That's a bell.
Nicely played by Moranci, getting onto the front foot. Slip in place. Moranci able to get off the mark. So end of a successful over for Carter at the end of 20. Windward Islands 84 for 4.
The fielder for the left hand Moranci is at backward square. Carter, with that amount of turn he is getting, ball just anything that pitches on middle or middle and leg is going to go down the leg side for sure. And Moranci, 2 deliveries, just trying to paddle it around the corner. So the breakthrough coming for the Barbados team in that over. Heading up to the lunchtime hour for most of the workers on the industrial estate as the traffic thickens around the ground. Workers 11 to 12 lunch break for some of the shift workers. There's been a shift in the momentum here, the fall of that wicket. But with these two, Moranci and Grant, you can be assured that they will want to change gears at some point. Particularly aggressive left-hand batsman. Nice flag there from Griffith.
Hey, look at Komari Griffith and his approach to the crease. A lot happening there. Tall off spinner, going from a wrong wicket to the right-hander, to the left-hander, sorry.
Physio is going to have to be summoned again, as this time it's Wiggins who's down. He's clutching that finger there. Seems to be okay though. That ball hit hard to him at extra cover. Mr. Dalrymple back on the field. You already have one substitute on the field, Greenwich. He came onto the field, I suspect it was for Newton, and then with Gittins tumbling over upon delivery strike, he had to go off, so Greenwich remained on the field. And Wiggins now, just being attended to by the physio. So there'll be a little break in play here. This was not going to help the over rate. 20.5. Overs gone and 85 for 4.
Pressure.
And the physio is going to get onto the field there. Mr. Hazel, as well as the Barbados physio. So the players are going to take some drinks out in the middle. We're going to take a break here with one delivery to come in the 21st over. And the score is 85 for 4. We'll be right back. Live action. Some update. Wiggins is off the field. That injury. Two substitutes on. Roach and Greenwich. With both Bittins and now Wiggins off the field. At the end of the over, last delivery is being bowled there by Kumari. Griffith brings that 21st over to an end. The score is 85 for 4. Batters out in the middle. Grant and Morancy. Grant, he's on 30 from 4 deliveries, and Morancy just coming to the crease, he's on 2. Good looking shot there from Morancy. He's been an informed batter for the Windward Islands. Eventually had 41 runs not out. Encounter on Sunday against Trinidad and Tobago, just falling 2 runs short of the total of 128 runs. So Trinidad and Tobago coming out with a win in that game against the Windward Islands, and a no result here with the Barbados game against Guyana. This one off the top edge of the bat over the head of extra cover. And they're looking for two there. Morancy, but sent back by Grant, and just as well. The throw was already on the way from Roach, the substitute fielder. He's on for Wiggins, the opening batter. So the physio Dalrymple just having two players now to attend to. RJ Gittins as well as the Marco Wiggins. You can expect a lot of turning over of the strike from these two out in the middle. They are not going to sit idle out there. But they do have to remember, this is a 50 over encounter. So they do need to bat as long as possible and try and take the innings deep into that 50 over allotment. And they'll have to do it against the likes of Zachary Carter here, who's been bang on target, picking up our wickets, just going for 19 runs so far into his 6th over. Just about 3 runs on over from him. Flighted delivery, uppishly onto Greenwich at deep mid-wicket boundary. Just 1 run, so the scoreboard keep ticking over here now. Partnership goes on to 7. An appeal from Carter as Morancy again is trying to paddle one around the corner. He did that in the previous over against Carter. Got away with a couple of runs. This time no run. Not out from the umpire. 89 for 4 after 22. Tad bit behind in the over rate. At 20 extras in the innings. So it's been slow going out there in the middle. So 101, 45 minutes into play. 2 spinners in operation now, so the umpires will want to keep an eye on it. Ensure that we do get to that allotment of 50 overs by the time the luncheon interval comes around. Batiste has been in the firing line off the off spin of Griffith to the right hand batters at extra cover. He's had to field quite a few of them. So when hoisted in the air down the long on, it's just going to be 1 run. Joshua Branch out there in the deep. One off the outside edge of Morancy down the vacant third man area. They're going to come for 2. They're going to look for a third, but it's not there. Loud appeal this time from Griffith. The umpire Raj Kumar says not out. Fully forward there, Morancy probably impacting him just outside the off stump. And with the off spin turn of Griffith, taking it away from the off stump. Easy decision for Raj Kumar to make. There's Batiste yet again, this time at short mid-wicket, and it's an appeal for a run out. The umpire has a long think about it. Not out in the end. Look at it there again. He was a long way out of his crease and a very close call indeed. And I think he's quite fortunate in the end there to get that decision in his favor. It was very close to call, but a puff of dust Just a puff of dust there as Grant slid his bat in. Would have just clouded over the line there, make that decision even more difficult for the umpire. And not out in the end as 23, the 23rd over comes to an end. It's 92 for 4 as we approach the 100 mark with 4 wickets down. As we approach the halfway point, bowling wise, in the innings. So Kamari Griffith, 4 overs for 13 runs. A very tight spell from him from that southern end. Coming on, taking over for Gittins, who prematurely had to leave the field. So he would have come on a bit sooner than he expected with just 3 overs from Gittins. 17 runs conceded from him. He had a lot of difficulty controlling the ball. Quite a few angled down the leg side and twice tumbling over in his follow through. Stroked nicely down to long off from Grant. Brings Moranci on to strike. 93 for 4. Of wickets in the innings. The first wicket fell with 1 run on the board in the first over. It was 2 for 6, losing the wicket of Fontaine in the 4th over. And then Elcock going for the 3rd wicket down, just 6 runs on the board in the 4th over. And then a partnership ensued between Edwards and Grant, taking the total up to 82 runs before Edward lost his wicket. The fine catch running back at point from Griffith off the bowling of Carter. He went for 30 off of 59 deliveries. Just 1 boundary, an exquisite looking cover drive from him. Grant is on 33 off of 53 deliveries, and he was joined by Edmond Moranci, who's on 6 at the fall of that 4 wicket. 20 extras in the innings thus far. This one lifted down to long on. Bell is out there. Just 4 fielders in the deep for the 2 spinners. One over from the captain Joshua Dawn, allowing Carter to change ends. We had 9 overs from the 2 opening fast bowlers, 3 wickets between them, and it's been spin after the drinks break. Squeezed out the mid wicket for a quick single. Good running there. The mid wicket is a bit straight for Carter, as there is a deep mid wicket on the boundary. So Roach, who is on the field, he was at straight mid wicket. They have to come around and they pinch a nice quick single. Takes the total up out to 96 as we inch closer to that 100-run mark. And Kadir, we've seen Carter quite often get that ball to bounce and grip outside the off stump and beat that outside edge as that over comes to an end. 96 for 4 after 24.
From Barbados, Zandre Baptiste now into the attack. Another off spinner. Bringing the changes here is Captain Joshua Dawn. The left-handed Moranci on strike, so wants to keep the off spinner in operation.
Yeah, he does keep that first slip as well in Carter. As he said, it's a good ploy for the left-hand batter. And this Guaracara pitch has been known to turn. And in 2 games played so far on this pitch, it has held up quite well. Offered something for both types of bowling, spin as well as pace.
This is good here from Moranci and Grant.
Have a look there in the distance. The coaching staff. Sir Dexter Toppin out there patrolling the deep mid-wicket boundary. He's having a bit of a discussion out there. Outside edge, clean as you like, straight into the hands of Carter. We were anticipating getting an outside edge with the left hander on strike, but it's Grant who goes outside edge, taken off the bowling of Batiste in his first over, and Grant going for 35 well played runs off of 57 deliveries, and the 5th wicket falls before that 100-run total in the 25th over, and it falls to that man Xander Batiste.
Yeah, so another wicket here for Barbados. Batiste into the attack and immediately amongst the wickets. Half the side down for the Windward Islands now as Grant has to go. That's a good smart catch from Carter at slip. So 97 for 5. Windward Islands after a bit of a mini fight back since they lost the wicket of Captain Edward. We've seen another one. So Jelani Joseph is out in the middle.
Yes, Kadir, the pendulum swings again, this time back in favor of the Barbados team after that partnership of 76 runs between Grant and Theo Edwards, the captain, and Edwards falling to a fine catch at backward point, and now Grant going to the outside edge, and a good catch taken there by Carter in full slip, and Grant going for 35 and 30 runs from Edwards. So 5 wickets down now, just 97 runs on the board, and half of the over still left to be completed. Here again, the Windward Islands batting is going to be tested in this spell. Off-spin bowling is going to be a field change. The backward point comes out, and there are going to be 2 mid-wicket in place and a deep mid-wicket on the boundary. So they might just want to change the line of attack from Batiste closer to that off stump. 5 men on the onside. Still managed the single out to long on. But Joseph gets off the mark.
And now for the left-hander, you're going to see 2 close-in catches. Are we? There's a cover and a silly mid-off. Catch in position. It's also a slip and a backward point.
It does go to that short mid-off fielder there with Batiste coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Perhaps they've seen something in previous games. We're wondering if he'll just push one in the air to those 2 close-in fielders on the offside. Full toss. Back over the bowler. Knocked down by Dawn at mid-off. They're going to get 2 as he pushed it to the long off fielder in that of Branch.
Slight misfield by Captain Dawn allows for the extra run. 100 up for Windward Islands at the end of 25. Halfway stage here. 100 for 5 Windward Islands.
100 runs on the board, half the team down 5 wickets, and half the overs completed, 25 gone. We once had a projected total of 200 runs or so. We'll be halfway there to that, but of course with 5 wickets down it's going to be that much more difficult, with the lower order coming into play now for the Windward Islands.
There's going to be that man Zachary Carter to continue into his 8th over. No. Dawn still persisting with that slip fielder. Very good from him, looking for wickets. So it's a slip, a backward point, deep extra cover, long off, mid on, deep mid wicket, a mid wicket inside the circle, and a square leg, backward square leg. Carter from around the wicket.
Just 3 men out in the deep. It does seem to be the plan to try and keep Joseph on strike, to starve Morancy of the strike. 6 men in the ring for the bowling of Carter. He's 1 for 24 off 7. It seems as though he will complete his 10 over spell from that end now. Playing a miss outside the off stump, and you can see why they want to keep Joseph on strike there. Down at that end for Carter. Fancy their chances against him. And this is what Jelani Joseph needs to do. Just get those ones, rotate the strike, try to keep Morancy, give him most of the strike to face most of the deliveries. He is a fast scoring batsman, and he is in form.
Morancy 11 from 20. Mid off is inside the circle.
The quick single here. And Bell just hanging back there on the ring, allowing that single. With 1 ball to come, probably just thinking that yes, let's get that single and give the strike back to Joseph, as Carter was fancy his chances against him. Slip in place. Griffith is there at that backward point area where he did take that good catch to get rid of the Captain Edwards. Another quick single here, pushing to mid-off. Does the fielding, but doesn't throw the ball back in. Not wanting to take the chance of any overthrows. And the end of the 26th over now, it's 103 for 5. It has become a bit overcast here at the Gilbert Park facility. Some clouds looming over. Just looking at it in the eastward direction, in the direction of the National Cricket Centre. And that is the direction the rain would usually come from. That National Cricket Centre where Jamaica is taking on Guyana. Jamaica are batting 82 for 3 after 24 overs. And Udain Binns, the not out batsman there, he's on 31. And David DeWoe, he has retired hurt on 11. So Leon Palmer is at the crease with Binns. So 82 for 3 and 1 batsman retired hurt as we resume the action here at the Gilbert Park. Another push this time in the air to throw at the stump. Hits the stump there. A very good throw from Dawn, the captain, at mid-off. It was pushed with some pace down to him. And not out, says the umpire. So a comfortable single in the end. Not so comfortable with a direct hit there from Dawn. 3 stumps to aim at. And for the second time, umpire Rajkumar has to adjudicate. Not out decision. So Joseph quite clearly wants to get Morancy on strike. So Wharton and Van Lange, as well as Chulai, the wicket apiece for them in that encounter for Guyana. That game is taking place at the National Cricket Centre. And Trinidad and Tobago versus the Leeward Islands. that game at Inshanali Park. Trinidad are batting 41 for 2 after 12 overs. As we continue here, Morancy trying to force off the back foot. And the captain, Brendan Boodoo, he is there at the crease on 15 with the opening batter, Darius Batu Singh, going back to the opening spot. He's on 6. So 41 for 2 over there at the Inshanali Park. This one, Morancy looking to hit into the direction over the head of the bowler, but coming off the inside edge, and Greenwich does the fielding out in the deep. 1 run, and the strike keeps rotating here. 105 for 5. Another quick single in the outfield there. So 3 runs in the Batiste over. 1 for 7 he has at the end of that 27th over. 106 for 5, 20 extras on the board. Top score from Grant so far in this innings of 35. And the captain, Theodore Edwards, trying to anchor down the innings. He went for 30 off of 50 deliveries. Projected total we could see there of 197. It'll take some doing, but with Morancy there, once you have players to stick around with him, that might be a total that they can envisage at the end of 50 overs. And it's going to be Shaquan Bell to come back into the attack. He had 5 overs from the southern end. He's going to come from the northern end now. 1 for 30. He had one particular over with 10 deliveries or so, with a number of them going for wides. 1 no ball in that over as well. And seemed to be tiring after 5 overs in his opening spell, but he's going to be back now. And down the leg side again. We saw in his opening spell quite a few deliveries down the leg side, contributing to the extras. 21 extras in the inning so far. 20 of them being wides. And not just adding to the total, but as well adding to the number of deliveries that have to be bowled. Adding to the time as well. 27 overs bowled, just over 2 hours gone. This one lifted over the head of extra cover. It's not going to get very far outside of the 30-yard circle. Just seemed to fall in no man's land in between 3 players trying to converge on it, but none of them could get there in time. And Carter, it is there, just throwing his hands in the air. Luck not going their way this time. Bell, hands on hips. But a single in the end. 108 for 5. So we look again out in the distance there. Those dark clouds just seem to be getting a bit closer. Hopefully they can stay away, but it's making for a cool lunchtime here at the Gilbert Park facility. Good looking cover drive. It's going to be a quick single as Dawn comes around to his right at mid-off. Can't prevent the single. 4 runs in the over thus far. Sound of the traffic out in the distance, the trucks and the horns. Bustling lunchtime here on the Point Lisas Industrial Estate, Central Couva, California to be more precise. Lifted again. This time Carter is behind it. It just pushed in the air. The previous one just went over the head of Carter, and Joseph this time could not clear him. Coming off the upper portion of the bat, pushing forward. The delivery short of a length from Bell, and Jelani Joseph goes for 6, and the 6th wicket falls for the Windward Islands team with the total on 109, and the run rate just about 4 and over or so with 6 wickets down. The Windward Islands might be just falling short of what their intended target was at the start when they won the toss. Joseph now going for 6 there. And Morancy at the other end, he's on 14. And somebody has to stick around here with Morancy to try and get through to those 50 overs. But it's proving to be more and more difficult. The opening bowler, Shaquan Bell, coming back into the attack and taking a wicket with his third legal delivery of the over. He now has 2 for 33.
We saw him do this in the 2-day format, Billy, where he came back and attacked the lower order. And that he did with success. I think he picked up a 5-wicket haul in one of those 2-day games. So he does have the ability to do this sort of stuff. And he switched in, so such events proving to be a bit of a luck for Bell.
He had a very good opening spell. His first 3 overs were bang on target. Did seem to struggle with wide deliveries, but he has taken his 2nd wicket here. And it's Cody Fontenelle. Leg spinner in now, batting, number 8. He's batting in partnership with Edmond Morancy. Shortish down the leg side again from Bell. He has a deep backward square on the boundary and a fine leg. I'm quite sure his intention is not to stray so far down the leg side. As Kadira is pointing out, he does seem to be falling away on his delivery, so just pushing that right arm, angling the ball down the leg side. And it's contributed significantly to the extras in the innings thus far. This one pushed, not past Carter though, picks it up on his left hand side. Weak throw in, can't prevent the single. And Fontenelle is off the mark on another over. 8 deliveries in this over thus far, 3 of them being wide deliveries. So 5 runs in the over and a wicket. 3 of those runs coming off the bat. This one spooned in the air, running around. He takes the catch. Or has he completed the catch? The umpire is just having a look. Has a decision been made there as to whether or not he took the catch? He juggled the ball. Seemed to claim it on the 2nd attempt. The umpire giving the thumbs up now. And that will be the end of Morancy. Gone. Caught by the substitute fielder. Greenwich, is it? And that is the fall of the 7th wicket at the score of 112 now in the 28th over. And that is a huge blow there for the Windward Islands team, losing now the wicket of Edmond Morancy for 14. And Bell coming back into the attack and snagging 2 wickets. Prolonged over from him with 3 wides, but managing to get 2 wickets as well. So he now has 3 for 36. And you could see in his approach there for those few deliveries to ensure that he finished the over, concentrating on his line and length. Slowed down his run-up and bowling off of his powerful shoulders to hold that line. So it's going to be Kavon Bartholomew. Going to face up to Batiste. appeal from Batiste, not out, says the umpire. Fontenelle just trying to paddle it around the corner.
Yes,
7 wickets down for the Windward Islands team. Barbados would be thinking that they're sitting in the driver's seat now to try and snag these last 3 wickets. Bounce and turn from Batiste into his third over. He has 1 for 7. See the ground staff there just gathering in their raincoats next to the covers, just beyond the boundary. We did make mention of an overcast Gilbert Park, and there has been some dark clouds looming over in the direction of the National Cricket Centre, eastward direction. End of the over, 112 for 7. Ground staff after ready. Third umpire Avinash Narain just supervising proceedings with his umbrella in hand. So wonder if one of those fans would tell him put his umbrella down. See if we could send a signal out to the rain clouds to just blow over the traffic bills as well at the roundabout, the Rivulet Road, the entrance to the Point Lisas Industrial Estate where we sit at the Gilbert Park facility. 29 overs gone, 7 wickets down. Bell to continue from the northern end. Off the inside edge of Bartholomew's bat as he gets off the mark. Previous over from Bell, picking up 2 wickets.
figures look so much more better now. 3 for 37 in his 7th over, Shaquan Bell. So the low order now has got to do a job here for the Windward Islands. Still 21 overs to go after this one, or 20 after this one. Still a long way to go.
As we quite know in these games, particularly at the youth level, one of the missions of the coaches is to get all players accomplished at all the disciplines involved at this level, including batting and bowling. So you'd want your lower order batters to be able to stick around, particularly in situations like this where there are just over 20 overs remaining in the innings. And having come off the 2-day tournament, Kadir might just be in that mental frame of mind with that experience to being able to bat through an innings, bat to the close of play, and bat as long as possible.
Yeah, definitely. That should be the first goal, you know, from the Windward Islands. Just to bat out their allotted 50 overs, whatever they get to. You know, that would be crucial, but at least they would be able to bat their 50.
This one pulled away. There is protection in Greenwich, the substitute fielder. Mika Greenwich a deep backward square. He's on the field for Wiggins. Namarco Wiggins, who left the field of play. Wiggins is back on, so he's on the field for Gittins, who tumbled over. So it's good to see Wiggins back on the field, Kadir.
Yeah, DeMarco Wiggins, the opening batter for the Barbados team. Down at fine leg at the moment. Fine leg and third man, the backward square. Fielders outside the circle.
So Bell with that Yorker delivery. Bowled quite a few of that in his first spell, and bowled it expertly as well, delivering it yet again, this time to Bartholomew. Just wondering about that regulation, Kadir. If you're off the field for a certain length of time, how long can it be before you get to bat when it comes to your turn? Does it apply strictly just for the longer version of the game?
Not too sure. Just gotta confirm that. But Meanwhile, the end of the over from Bell at the end of 30. 114 for 7.
Bell 7 overs, 24 dot deliveries, 3 for 38 with an economy of 5.42. Just pulling up at the end of that last over. He was struggling in his 5th and final over of the first spell, and then just having a word with umpire Raj Kumar there, and umpire Joseph as well, in discussion with the umpire. As he looking to the captain, don't know, just a discussion with Shaquan Bell, pulling up at the end of that last delivery. Does seem as if he is going to go off the field. And Roach there already running onto the field to take his place. Just holding his right side, his right hip area there, Shaquan Bell.
Substitute fielders getting a workout. Greenwich on the field for an extended period of time. Now Roach, another substitute fielder on for Shaquan Bell. But it is going to be Zandre Baptiste to continue 3 overs, 1 for 7. It's going to be bowling to Cody Fontenelle.
The traffic is backing up at the roundabout here. And it's a roundabout in the dressing room as well, with players on and off the field.
Yeah, getting that scent of lovely food coming our way. Swept away. Straight to Pollard at backward square. It's good to see Barbados keeping the slip in place. In fact, that wasn't Pollard, that was Newton. In fact, Griffith. My apologies. Kamari
The
Griffith.
ball has been following Pollard around, so to suggest that it went to Pollard, nobody would have batted eye at that. He has been in the wars in the outfield. It's been a long tournament so far for all the players as well. So Roach and Greenwich, who featured in the 2-day tournament, getting their chance out in the 50 over, albeit as substitute fielders. There is a change for the Windward Islands team with Seaton Watson coming into the team for his first game. We might just well get to see him bat.
Swept away past Griffith at backward square. This one running down to the boundary. Will it get there? Just holding up inside. And just 2 completed. Thought they might have been pushing for 3 there.
Yeah, there's
Billy?
Griffith pulling up there again, just limping. He was very slow chasing after it. And he would have had to hold it in because it wasn't going to get to the boundary. Just limping back, jogging very gingerly. Umpire Joseph just inquiring as to his state of fitness. Good looking forward defensive shot there from Fontenelle.
We're getting long forward. Cody Fontenelle.
14 players in the squad. There's only one other fielder inside the dugout who can come on. Jordan Graham as a substitute fielder.
He might be thinking his chances are around the corner. The way things looking right now.
Yeah,
Barbados well and truly on top.
Batiste, who's bowled tight spells in the 2-day tournament, finishes his 4th over there. 9 runs conceded by him. He has bowled a maiden. He has 1 wicket, so a good outing for Zandre Baptiste with his off-spin bowling. He replaced Kamari Griffith at that end. And of course, with Gittins off the field, there is going to be a lot more bowling to be done. Windward Islands, as long as they have batsmen out there, they
Yeah.
are in with a prayer.
Lovely delivery from Carter. Fizzing past the edge.
I told him we're looking to drive through there. Missing playing outside the off stump. Getting a slice of luck somewhat.
Maybe a slice of pizza.
pushed in the air. Oh, he tumbles to his left there and ends up four. That is the Manny Roach just tumbling to his left, seemed to have it in both hands. And as that elbow hit the ground, the ball just spilled from his grasp. It would have been a fine catch was he able to hold on to it there. Roach coming on the field as a substitute fieldman. And Carter with an opportunity for a third wicket. And the chance going to ground.
Yeah, the Manny Roach, he'd be disappointed with that. Got both hands to it. Fell out at the last moment.
This time he sweeps off the top edge, and first slip is going to take that catch very simply. And it's going to be the end of Bartholomew for 6, and now 116 for 6 in the 32nd over, and another wicket falling here off the top edge. Carter managing to get a second batsman to play outside that off stump, get that top edge and pick up his second wicket. He now has 2 for 27. It's going to be a mini drinks break there with the fall of that wicket. 31.4 overs gone. 116 for 8. The new batter making his way out in the middle, Joel Duran. Backs against the wall here for the Windward Islands team. Still a lot of overs to go. Approach that 12 o'clock mark. Just to let you know, all the groundsmen have gone back into the clubhouse. Not quite sure if it's because they think the rain has abated or if it's approaching that 12 o'clock hour for lunch. But the ground staff has done excellent work for this 50 over tournament at this facility here, particularly on Sunday. That abandoned game still did manage to get one innings of 26 overs in. Second game at this venue in the 50 over. Joel Duran to face up to Carter. Left alone outside the Austin. Wicket in the over. 5 dot deliveries. Could very well be a wicket maiden for Carter. Loud appeal from the umpire, and it's going to be a double wicket maiden for Zachary Carter. As Duran goes LBW, the umpire Joseph, no hesitation in giving that one out, and the 9th wicket falls now with the total on 116, the final delivery of that over, and a quite successful over there from Carter. Just reward for fantastic bowling from the left-hand spinner.
Something wrong.
So 9 wickets down.
Something wrong with the replay.
116 runs on the board. The Windward Islands winning the toss, electing to bat first.
Something wrong there.
Like this.
And the opening bowler signaled their intention from the Barbados team to put as much pressure on the top order. Managed to get 3 wickets with just 6 runs on the board inside 6 overs. A partnership of 76 between Theo Edwards and Cody Grant. And with the fall of the wicket of Edwards at 30, triggered another slide.
Yeah.
And now we are at the stage.
Okay. All right.
116 for 9, and Captain Dawn decides to bring back in his opening left-arm fast bowler in that of Jakeem Pollard. He picked up 2 wickets for 6 runs in his opening 4 overs and really pegged the Windward Islands team back with some excellent bowling, mixing up some short pitch bowling, some balls going across the right-hand batsman with the odd one coming back into them and cramping them for room. Particularly getting the wicket of Charles out with one come back in short of a length and taking his glove to be out caught behind very early on in the piece.
We see a field change here from Barbados. Slip comes out and goes into cover position. There's a cover extra cover, backward point, third man, sweeper, and the mid-off on the offside. Pollard from around the wicket. Playing a miss from Fontenelle. Pollard looking to clean up the low order here. 2 for 6 into his 5th over. Splendid figures from him.
That would have been an easy single there, but such is the tension out in the middle from the batsman. The thought of a single came very late and it was a no in the end. And once the wicket of Edmond Morancy fell for 14 in the 27th over, seemed to signal.
You got it.
It seemed to signal another slide in the lower batting order this time of the Windward Islands team. Falling from 5 for 97, now 9 for 116. 4 wickets falling there for 19 runs. If we have a look at young Trinidad and Tobago left-arm fast bowler, Yasin Agard, going through his rehabilitation under the watchful eyes of Mr. Hazel. Good looking shot there. Pass. Carter at cover. Batiste, the other cover fielder between extra cover and cover, could not haul it back in, and Batiste, that has that finger injury earlier in the innings, seemed to just snag it on the ground there a bit, but in the meantime it's 2 runs to the total.
2 valuable runs at that for the Windward Islands. 118 for 9.
Playing a miss outside the off stump. You can hear the sirens in the background, of course this being the Point Lisas Industrial Estate. Sirens from the Plicdeco Authority might indicate any number of things. So we sit in the heart of the industrial complex of Trinidad and Tobago. Might just be signaling the lunch hour for the workers on the estate. Of course, this facility also sits opposite to the Atlantic Plaza, where there's a massive food court. Meanwhile, back at the cricket, 118 for 9, 33 overs gone. Carter is going to continue as the sirens subside. Pulled short of that man there, just short of him, in fact, at short extra cover. Roach it is again, coming on as a substitute fieldsman. Short ball from Carter, not timed at all from Seaton, and just falling short of Roach there. And another chance of the bowling of Carter goes to ground.
Yeah, and that man, Roach again, down the track.
Of course, Roach being a fast bowler, opening bowler for the Barbados contingent, on the field as a substitute. He is certainly in the firing line. Sirens in the distance, blaring out a warning.
Warning of some sort.
Down the wicket. Doesn't time it at all. Cody Fontenelle just gets the mid on. They do get a single this time. 3 for 29 the bowling figures. The final over for Zachary Carter. He would have certainly wanted another wicket. Get a tally of 4. 2 deliveries to come now from him. Still has a chance to get another wicket. 1 ball to come.
Watson, Seaton, last man in for Windward Islands.
Seaton has not played a game in the 2-day tournament. It's the second one of the 50-over tournament being given an opportunity here. So wide outside the off stump. first white from Carter in his spell, I believe.
Yeah,
It's
definitely.
been very tight and controlled.
Very disciplined stuff from Zachary Carter. Final delivery of his spell.
10 overs for Zachary Carter. A healthy outing for him. 3 wickets to his name. Had a couple chances put down in that extra cover region. Excellent bowling from him. 121 for 9 after 33. 16 overs left in the innings. Just 1 wicket to be had.
Brilliant stuff from Zachary Carter. And that man Pollard is going to continue. 5 overs, 2 for 8. Looking to pick up this final wicket here for the Bajans. Here is Pollard. Down the leg side. Wide signal by the umpire. Now that that ball is slightly older, we see Carter going a bit wider now at slip. More of a second slip position.
He's an excellent first slip fielder. Carter covers a lot of ground in that area. Fancy chances. Anything to his stronger left side. Nice looking drive there out to Greenwich on the boundary. Just 1 run to Cody Fontenelle. Carter there at that first slip. Left side is stronger side, the left hander. So just giving himself a little more room going wider at first slip.
Yeah. Brings the left hander on strike now. Watson Seaton. Pollard changing his approach. This time over the wicket. Slip third man, backward point. Extra cover, cover mid off. Mid on. Deep backward square and fine leg. Seaton comfortably behind the line of that delivery. Should give him some confidence, Billy.
Should hear the cheers as well under the tent in the pavilion from his fellow players, just cheering on that forward defensive shot. They will know that he is facing a bowler with 2 wickets in the bag, just 10 runs in his 5 overs. The opening fast bowler, tall, big figure of Jakeem Pollard, storming in now from that southern end. He's changed ends and he's going to bowl to Wheaton. And he's bowled. Just as what they were fearing in the dugout comes to pass, and the Barbados captain bringing back on his strike bowler, Jakeem Pollard, who will finish for 3 wickets for 10 runs in 5.3 overs. And a handsome sight for him as we look at it there again, spearing that ball into the ankles of the batter, Seaton Wheaton, and yeah, just knocking that stump out of the ground. Brings an end to the Windward Islands innings. 123 runs all out in the 35th over, and not quite what they would have wanted, having won the toss and gone into bat, and just succumbing to 123 runs, Kadir.
Yeah, after a bit of a fight back from Theo Edward and that man Theo Edward and
Grant.
Cody Grant. Yeah, ever since Edward got out, it saw a slide from the Windward Islands. So just to run through the batting lineup pretty quickly for the Windward Islands. Theo Edward, the captain, he had 30 from 59 deliveries. Luvio Charles went for a first ball duck. Fontaine made just 3. Can Elcock also a first ball duck. Cody Grant had 35. Morancy 14. Shalani Joseph 6. Fontenelle remained 8 not out. Bartholomew went for 1. Duran for no score, and Seaton last wicket to go for 1. So lovely outing with ball in hand for Barbados. Just to run through their bowling figures.
The Barbados team started with Shaquan Bell picking up the first wicket. 7 overs, 3 for 38 he finished. Economy rate of 5.43. Jakeem Pollard has been the pick of the bowlers for the Barbados team. 5.3 overs, no maidens, 10 runs, 3 wickets with an amazing economy of 1.82. And RJ Gittins, just the 3 overs from him. He was a bit out of sorts, tumbled over a couple of times and had to go off the field. He conceded 17 in his 3 overs. Zachary Carter, an excellent spell from him, 3 for 30 off his 10 over. The only bowlers to bowl 10 overs. And Joshua Dawn 1 over for 6 runs. Kumari Griffith 4 overs for 13. And Zandre Batiste 4 overs, 1 for 9 with 1 maiden. And to mention as well, Zachary Carter got 1 double maiden wicket in that spell. And with 123 runs total for the Windward Islands, and we hear the Gilbert Park, and the rains are coming down now just at the close of that innings. The groundsmen are there pulling the covers onto the pitch. It's not that dark and overcast there, but that rain cloud that was threatening for the last hour or so is upon us now. So the covers will be brought onto the field under the close supervision of the third umpire, Avinash Ramnarayan. And that will be it for the luncheon interval here, with the news that the Windward Islands were bowled out in the 35th over. 123 runs to the total. And that will be the break in the innings for the luncheon period here at the Gilbert Park facility. Welcome back here to the Gilbert Park facility here in central Trinidad. Resuming the innings break. Windward Islands 123 all out in 34.3. It's the turn of the Barbados team. They're at the crease. Batters out there are Zachary Carter, DeMarco Wiggins, the opening batsman for the Barbados team. And it's Edmund Moranci with the ball, opening the bowling from the southern end. So to give you an update, at the close of the Windward Island innings, there was an interruption for rain. Players took lunch. There are no loss to the overs. So we're back on course here. Playing a miss outside the off stump. Joined here by Kadir Mohammed after lunch. Good afternoon, Kadir.
Good afternoon to you, Billy. Good afternoon to all your viewers. Yeah, certainly good to have play resuming here after lunch. A bit of a shower right before the scheduled lunch. Zachary Carter and DeMarco Wiggins out here. Zachary Carter, left-hander. Just allowing that one to go by there. Zachary Carter was beating the previous delivery of a similar length. Just allowing that one to go through. Just 124 to win for the Barbados team. They'd really fancy their chances here, Billy.
In that game on Sunday, they posted 141 off of just 26 overs. The two aggressive batters out there in the middle had a good start in the power play. They look to do that again. Turned into the onside this time from Carter. It's heading out towards the boundary. It's not going to get there. Duran does the chase. And Carter comes back for the second run. So after the first wide delivery, his runs off the bat. 3 without loss in the first over.
Yeah, Zachary Carter just getting a delivery on the line of the leg stump, just turning it away. He gets his account off and running.
Unlike on Sunday, that brief shower was heavy. There was some lightning in the distance approaching the ground. But we found some favor with the weather. And that rain just pushed away rather quickly. And didn't really affect the game at all. Of course, we had some time to play with the Windward Islands being dismissed in the 35th over. And the top scorers for the Windward Islands in that innings, Cody Grant making 35, and the captain Theo Edwards contributing 30. And just Moranci, who has the ball in his hand, he made 14, and the extras amounted to 25. Wide signal by the umpire. Escapes the wicket keeper. There's a change in the wicket keeper out there today. And Jonathan Daniel being left out of the lineup. And Ersino Fontaine with the gloves.
Yeah, Senior Fontaine usually keeps wickets previously. So he is with the gloves. Here's a one slip under gully. Third man, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, and fine leg. Wiggins, another left-hander. Good comeback here from Moranci after that wide off the very first delivery. He's come back here. Good line, good length.
Yeah, we've seen a number of extras in this game. The Windward Islands certainly wouldn't want to add to that with just having to defend 123 runs. Hence only the one slip and the third man in place on the boundary, a slip on a gully. So already looking to conserve 2 fielders out in the deep, our third man and fine leg. Eight deliveries in that over with 2 wides brings the first over to an end, and 5 runs conceded in that first over.
So 5 without loss after 1. Wiggins yet to get off the mark. Remember the Barbados in pursuit of 124 for victory.
Carter is having a good game. Had a double wicket maiden in his spell of 10 overs, picking up 3 for 30. And of course we know his ability with the bat. So much so, in fact, in the 2-day tournament, he finished as the leading 6 hitter of that tournament. 9 sixes for him, the most of any batter. He did that in a high score of 86.
Yes, Zachary Carter has been having a really good all-round tournament so far. He's got a job to do here with bat in hand, and he would have some confidence having picked up those wickets when the Barbados team bowled. It's gonna be Bartholomew pick up the attack. Left arm seam, right arm, sorry. Carter immediately able to turn the strike over. Right arm seamer operating from around the wicket. Still the one slip and the gully. Backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. Fine leg and third man. Really nice cool conditions now, Billy.
That rain falling at the interval there. They seemed to time it right. Just as the last wicket fell, the players were walking on the field. The groundsmen were pulling the covers on. Had a spell of about 20 minutes or so of rain just to cool down the heated area in the Point Lisas Industrial Estate.
Mm-hmm.
And it's made for pleasant conditions after lunch.
Yeah, certainly. Even from where we sit, it's pretty cool. A little bit of breeze as well.
Down the leg side. Wiggins just helps it around the corner. Seems to have come off the thigh. Sweet on umpire Joseph does signal a leg by. So Wiggins not just yet off the mark, but the total is 6 runs on the board. Seen the bowlers just having that little bit of difficulty to control deliveries down the leg side. In the 2-day format, there were some deliveries down the leg side not being called a wide, being the 2-day version of the game.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, not being spared in this format, limited overs. That's an outside edge. Heard it from here in the pavilion, and so did umpire Bernard Joseph. And Carter goes just nibbling outside the off stump, and a good catch there by the wicketkeeper Fontaine. And Barbados lose their first wicket, a key wicket in that of Zachary Carter, going with 3 runs on the board. Look at it here again on the replay. And just moving a tad bit away from him outside the off stump, following it a little bit and fishing, and a nice catch there for the wicketkeeper. And Bartholomew strikes. First wicket down, 7 runs on the board in the second over.
Yeah, that's a huge blow for the Windward Islands. Zachary Carter usually gets off to a flying start. This time just nibbling outside the off stump, and Fontaine did the rest. That brings to the crease now the captain Joshua Dawn in a 3. Early success here for the Windward Islands, exactly what they would have wanted, having had that subpar total. Bartholomew is certainly giving them a lift here.
You want to repeat the dose of what the Barbados bowlers did to them early on, taking early wickets. At one point, the Windward Islands were 3 wickets down, just 6 runs on the board. With some good tight bowling from Bell and Pollard, and now it's the Windward Islands' turn, and it's Bartholomew with ball in hand, prizing out the first key wicket there of Zachary Carter. But it brings the captain into strike, Joshua Dawn. Both batsmen yet to score. Out in the middle there. Wiggins had a fairly good outing in the first 50 over encounter, reduced to 26 overs. He hit some massive 6s. Went for 16 on Sunday. playing one on from outside the stump, dragging it back onto his stumps just when he was going guns a-blazing.
Yeah. Joshua Dawn, a classy right-hander, represented the West Indies under 19 team at the World Cup. Joshua Dawn.
Yeah, pretty much in that mold of that traditional classic top order batsman. Likened his trigger movements and so on to that of Shamar Brooks.
Yeah.
Wanting to emulate him, no doubt, and ascend to that West Indies senior team at some point along in his career.
End of 2 overs, a successful over for Kavon Bartholomew. At the end of 2, Barbados a 7 for 1. Yeah, Shamar Brooks, a very, very classy right-hander. Always seem to score pretty runs. Not a bad man to emulate your game on.
He was the captain of the combined campuses in this year's regional tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Struggled a bit with the bat and then posted 70 odd runs, I believe, in his final 4-day game.
So I'm doing a bit of gardening, knocking away at the surface. So Moranci again. Good leave from Wiggins. Moranci adopting a nice line outside the off stump. Operating just about that fourth stump line.
One of the advantages, I don't know if you want to call it an advantage, that the Windward Islands captain might have up his sleeve is that if you contemplate, strategize that the game may not go to 50 overs with such a low score, then you can bowl your key bowlers and bowl them out early on in the piece.
Driven nicely by Wiggins. He's going to get his first runs here. DeMarco Wiggins, a slight misfield from Joseph. Yeah,
There
certainly.
are 2 leg break bowlers in this lineup as well who've had a very good season here in Trinidad and Tobago in the 2-day tournament.
Yeah, that's
They
Cody
might
Fontenelle.
Yep, they may be licking at their chops on this spinning wicket.
Yeah.
We've seen Carter extract some turn and bounce. And the 2 leggies in the lineup, we might just see them bowling out their full quota of overs early on in the piece.
I'm sure Joel Duran will have something to say about that as well.
There are 3 top bowlers. In fact, Duran finished with 15 wickets behind Rampasad, Ronda Hall with 16 wickets in the 2-day tournament, and Fontenelle himself with 16 wickets. And Duran was not backward either, picking up 15 wickets, the 3rd highest in the tournament. He would be itching to go.
Yeah, Joel Duran was brilliant against Trinidad in the last round of the 2-day format.
Was it 3 for 3?
Yeah.
Picked up 3 for 3 in that second innings.
Also picked up 5 in the first innings as well. Moranci really has all the attributes here to be a real genuine quick bowler. He's tall, he has broad shoulders. It's a very traditional action as well, a repeatable action.
With those broad shoulders, he can extract some bounce as well, just off of a good length, as well as getting that ball to nip around. Not to mention his ability with the bat. We saw him help Windward Islands very close to finishing that game against Trinidad and Tobago, coming out of what seemed like a certain defeat for them and brought them within 3 runs of victory.
Bit of a misfield at Gully, and Dawn is going to get his first runs.
Chasing 18 runs in that final over against Trinidad and Tobago, Aaron Bassan with the ball, and he managed to get 16 runs off of it. Brought them within a hair's breadth of victory there. In a critical game, although it was the first game, but with the other game being rained out between the Leeward Islands and Jamaica. So teams that did get to play, the Barbados team, no result in that game. So the winner of that Trinidad game with just a slight advantage with a result in that game.
All to play for these teams. So Bartholomew continuing here into his second over. Skipper Theo Edward, if I was Skipper Theo Edward, I'd be itching to get another catcher in, maybe a second slip. Need to pick up wickets.
Yeah, it's a tough call for the captain because he has to try and manage defense with attack. But what would be critical for him is knowing that he has bowlers that are going to be consistent in their line and length and their approach and sticking to a plan. And if that is the case, he can certainly try to add to the attacking field that he can set. There are 3 on the onside. And with that 6 on the offside, you're just wondering if he could bring that third man up into that second slip area. Loud appeal. Heading down the leg side, says umpire Bernard. Do get the leg by.
Yeah, Don did take that step towards the off stump. So maybe just struck outside the off stump. Umpire signaling not out. 10 for 1.
Is there a bit of sound of batting that as well? No, said the umpire.
Yeah, good call from the umpire. But what is good so far from the opening bowlers is that they're bowling one side of the wicket, operating just outside the off stump. So that is good. If you're Skipper Edward, he could set a plan.
We can just stepping across to the off stump there, predicting that line on the off stump outside the off stump, and just stepping across a bit and getting enough room to work it into the onside with just 3 on the onside and gets off the strike and gets a single. And if they do get to hold that length dear, and you're thinking about bringing up that third man into that second slip position, it's even strengthened by having a gully fielder, because you have narrowed that gap that if it does get through, it has to go between a gully rather than a backward point and a second slip. Just as it did there, straight to the gully fielder. Just for a couple overs at least, and early on, just bring that second slip in.
Yeah, while the ball is still new, and with a little bit of overcast conditions in, might fancy your chances a bit.
What we always find in the com box, we tend to be more attacking captains here behind the microphones.
So often
with nothing to lose in the commentary box. Just a little too wide there.
And you look at Bartholomew, just with that, with Dawn just moving a little bit towards the off stump, is sort of thrown off his line. He's overcompensated and he's gone further away on the offside, wide given.
Yeah, he couldn't get any favor from the umpire there. Maybe he could just hint to the umpire he stepped across.
Umpire was having none of it.
Stepping out of his crease as well as across. End of the over. 12 runs for 1 wicket lost after 4 overs.
Zachary Carter, the early casualty for Barbados, made just 3 today, but he picked up wickets, 3 for 30, and that's the good thing being an all-rounder. You get an opportunity to do everything. So he's failed in one aspect, but he's gained in another, and that's good about being an all-rounder.
That's what you want to see at this level as well. Players having the ability to contribute in whatever capacity is out there.
Yeah.
Whether it be bowling, batting, including fielding as well.
Yeah.
To add to the strength of your team. Of course, these young boys energetic as ever.
Good again from Moranci. Wiggins fishing outside the off stump.
Moranci just having reaching for that delivery there. We've seen Wiggins stepping across on Sunday and just looking for that ball on a good length outside the off stump and whipping it over mid-wicket and over mid-on to get that pressure relieving boundary. But Moranci is just forcing it a tad bit wider. And the length as well is good, not quite in that hitting zone.
Yeah, good from Moranci. That's why I was saying get the second slip in, because if Wiggins is going to flash hard outside the off stump, there is the tendency for that ball to fly through that gap between where the slip is placed and the gully. Gully is a bit wider too. Edward is there. Just looking at Moranci's approach. Very, very smooth to the crease. This one is cut away nicely. Just going to be a single.
Just pushed across those left-hand batters. That is their strength and can be their downfall as well outside that off stump, cutting away, dabbing away between backward point and a gully fielder. So none other than Brian Lara do that to almost 100% perfection each time. Wiggins there able to find the gap, pushing it past. Edwards at the gully position. Punch through the covers there. He's not going to even move after playing that shot. Leaning on it there is Joshua Bourne, placing it between the gap, timing to perfection, and it raced across the outfield. Despite that rain we had at the luncheon interval. And 4 good-looking runs to him takes the total up to 17 for 1 in the 5th over. And Moranci conceding a boundary there.
Brilliant shot from Dawn. Played on the up, but allowed the ball to come on to him. Didn't push at it. And there was a big gap between the backward point fielder and the cover. And found that gap to perfection. So the first boundary for Barbados. 17 for 1 now. Dawn usually takes his time about early on. Usually takes a couple of deliveries to get set, get accustomed to what is happening out there, and then he just sorts of takes his strike rate up. Likes to bat long. Joshua Dawn.
Yeah, he accumulated 22 runs off of 41 deliveries on Sunday. A 26 over affair. Again, he's accumulating runs here, just rotating the strike, trying to turn ones into twos with the odd boundary or so. And it's very important as well that you do have these batters that can bat through an innings. And don't worry too much about their strike rate, because you don't want to commit that sin of not batting out your overs. And have somebody that can look to rotate the strike but is very solid and compact in defense, as well as being able to put away loose deliveries. And however much extras can buffer the score, and try to push totals closer to 200 runs rather than 150 runs, where we see sometimes these teams keep falling short around those targets.
Yeah. Right on cue, Billy.
There's a misfield. Didn't go too far. Shy at the stumps at the striker's end. We can squall through for the single with a misfield at gully from Edward. But the backup was there. The throw was wide, but there was cover at...
Yeah, Duran was doing the
Duran,
backing
yeah.
up, yeah.
Luckily though, there's just 2 men, 1 man really covering a lot of acreage there, backing up. The throw was wide. Sometimes I remind the youth players, when you're backing up in positions like that, you don't back up directly behind the stump, because if it does hit the stump, it's not going to come to you. You want to back up either side of the stump,
Yeah.
anticipating a bad throw or a ricochet. Give yourself enough room to get around and prevent any overthrows.
Wearing the coach's cap there, Billy.
They were just having fielded at that position so often. And some enthusiastic men, we know how they tend to reside at point and gully always want to throw the stumps down.
Uh,
A good looking shot. They're opening the face, but there is cover at backward point. Preventing the run there is Elcock diving across to his left.
yeah, good work from Khan Elcock at backward point. Yeah.
That's the type of fielding the bowlers, particularly open bowlers, really appreciate, because had he gotten away with that and got a single, he would have now had to change his line and length to a right-hander.
Yeah.
Now he can focus on another delivery to build pressure on the same batsman there, holding that line for a left-hand batsman. And of course he wouldn't do it now, pushes it down the leg side.
Hey, there you go. Commentator's curse at its finest.
I could have called it before it happened.
Had it been a right hander, it had been a good delivery.
Should have given the single then.
Can't always get it as we want to. It's all good.
Are we going to see a ball hit the stumps now and ricochet past the backup fielder? Oh, good delivery there. Yorker length delivery. Just fooling Wiggins a bit there, thinking it was full enough for the drive. Coming off the bottom portion of the bat and almost sneaking through.
Sensing though that something is about to happen with DeMarco Wiggins. Seems as though he's getting a bit flustered.
Trigger happy.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be bogged down, likes to score quickly.
Yeah, he's just fidgeting around there at the stumps. Takes a little step outside of the crease. Maybe looking to go back over the bowler's head.
Missed out there. Full delivery outside the off stump. Marco Wiggins just needs to bide his time a little bit here. And Joshua Dawn just gonna have a little conversation with him, a little chat.
And I really like the attitude of this umpire, Bernard Joseph. He is allowing the players to converse, to have those little think-tank sessions in between deliveries, in between overs. He's allowed the physio on. He's talking to the players while they're out there, trying to help them through this process in their development. There's a lot of talent out there, and you can see it in spurts with these players. Just really trying to achieve some consistency in their game at the end of the 6th over with 20 runs on the board and 1 wicket down.
Yeah. Good over from Bartholomew. He's the one to pick up the wicket so far. 3 overs, 1 for 5. It's gonna be Moranci to bowl his 4th over.
Not to mention the fact that the umpires have made some excellent decisions in this game. We here have the advantage of reviewing it on camera just to affirm the correctness of the decisions that have been made by the umpires.
Yeah.
Of course, closer scrutiny always being placed on umpires these days with DRS. Umpire Rajkumar and Bernard Joseph have done credit to their discipline.
Yeah,
Out there in
Bernard
the middle.
Joseph. Bernard Joseph has been excellent, as you mentioned. Just imparting whatever little bit of knowledge that he could, give to these players. Albeit that he's the umpire, still able to pass on some information, what have you. Driven nicely. Straight to Elcock.
They've had a lot to deal with as well. There were a number of breaks in the first innings with injuries to the players. A couple impromptu drinks break as well, with the physio having to come onto the field. Had a word with umpire Brahmasai during the interval, just asking him, inquiring as to the length of some delays out in the middle, how it affected the over rate. And he was just indicating to me, according to procedure, we weren't that far behind because of those injuries. So they weren't too perturbed about what the over rate was if there was a couple overs behind, because taking into account those injuries and the state of the game, seems as though we would have been right on time. And of course the weather complementing the intervals as well, deciding to fall during the luncheon interval. Advancing down the wicket and drives past the man there at cover. He goes into the boundary now. Seemed to just get under his grasp there. The man there, Joel Duran, feeling at cover there. Just tried to smother the ball in the outfield. But there was Dawn advancing down the wicket. And the rain is advancing on us now. The umpires just having a look at each other. There is a dark cloud coming this way with a strong breeze behind it. Just wondering if it will just push it away for us. The groundsmen there just getting the covers. You can see the strong wind there blowing the covers away, but we are going to continue out in the middle. Advancing down the wicket again on another cover drive by Joshua Dawn out there, really stroking the ball through that cover area with some elegance and finding the boundary with some exquisite timing. Choosing to advance down the wicket, putting pressure on the bowler Moranci. And 2 boundaries in the over so far. Probably just looking at that rain coming and want to try to get as much runs if that Duckwood Lewis does come into play in the advent of rain. That we would get a result in this game, because Barbados surely wouldn't want to be handicapped by another rain interrupted game. 28 for 1 now in the 7th over.
Well, there's a little bit of sunshine peeking through, but yeah, there's a strong breeze.
So it's short this time and pulled. A good sound off the bat, but doesn't go very far as mid-on comes around, does the fielding. 29 for 1 after 7. Barbados, after the loss of that first wicket, are now starting to get that scoreboard ticking over. We have a look at that rain in the distance, but it's being pushed further north as we look at the West Indies flag fluttering in the breeze. Give you an idea of exactly the wind direction, and that is actually coming with a southerly breeze pushing across in a westerly direction as we see the West Indies flag just fluttering in the direction of Atlantic Plaza from our Gilbert Park standpoint here. So most likely, hopefully, it'll just push that rain away from us as it has eased. Loud appeal there, not out, says the umpire. Full pitch delivery there from Bartholomew. A couple of appeals in his last over, and again here now. 16 dot balls for him in his 3 overs.
Maybe some inside edge there. Umpire immediately shaking his head. Good call again from umpire Joseph.
95 needed. Probably don't need all 257 balls to do it in that to remain. We see Dawn with the loss of that wicket of Carter. Seems as though he has taken over the responsibility of applying some impetus to the innings and trying to get that scoreboard ticking over quicker than usual from him.
He's doing it with all grace and timing. It's Joshua Dawn played a
That's the best way to do it.
Yeah.
Eyes on the ball, get your feet moving. Nice high elbow, drives off the front foot, off the back foot.
Couple of glorious drives.
And shot selection, temperament, leaving that one alone outside the off stump allows it to go through to the wicketkeeper. Another good call by the umpires there. Seemed as though that rain was coming down. Just asking the ground staff to hold off. Pressure system, that rain pressure system just pushing northward and relieving some of the pressure on the Barbados batting lineup now as well. Slower ball there. Just slowing down his bowling action there, Bartholomew. Adding some variety. Seeing Dawn advance down to him. Deciding not to give him the pace to work with.
Yeah, good thinking from Bartholomew. Gully has come out now, so it's a backward point, extra cover and mid off on the offside.
Again advancing down the wicket, straight back to the bowler. It's a bit of a damp ball there, slips through his grasp. No run in the end as it ricochets off to mid-on. And again, we see Joshua Dawn just advancing down the wicket, taking momentum into the delivery. But a very still eye and head there, playing through the line of each one. See him there just standing outside of his batting crease, dragging the length back there. Very good over there, maiden over from Kevon Bartholomew, and the Rains are again with us, and this time the umpires are pulling the stumps out of the ground, and the ground staff are pulling the covers onto the field. It's 29 for 1 after 8 overs, and it's going to be a rain interruption here at Gilbert Park. Hopefully it's not going to be for too long. We need to get to the 20 over mark to constitute a game in this 50 over affair, and we still have some time to do that. We can get those overs in, cut-off time being around 10 minutes past 5, and of course at 29 for 1, chasing 124. Might just be touch and go depending on how long this rain delay is. But we're going to take a break here with this rain. 29 for 1, Barbados chasing 124 runs for victory here at Gilbert Park. We'll resume after the break.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back to Gilbert Park here in Couva. Well, the not so good news is that because of persistent showers and some wet spots in the outfield, the umpires were forced to make a decision, and they've decided to call play off for today. So this match between Barbados and Windward Islands ending in a no result. I guess both teams are going to split the points, but just to keep you up to speed as to what took place, Windward Islands, they won the toss and they decided to bat first, and they were bowled out for 123 in 34.3 overs. And Barbados had just started their reply. They were 29 for 1 after 8 overs when the rains came. So this game between Windward Islands and Barbados ending in a no result. So that's all from us here at Gilbert Park, and we do thank you for staying with us, and do tune in for more on the 17 action as the days goes by. Until then, bye for now.